Pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate public notice has been given by the Secretary of the Evesham Township Board of Education in the following manner: posting written notice on the official bulletin board of the Board of Education office, emailing written notice to the Burlington County Times and the Courier Post, filing written notice in the municipal clerk of Evesham Township. Mr. Yates, can we have a roll call, please?
Roll call, Mr. Bach.
Present.
Mr. Brown.
Here.
Mr. DeMasi.
Here.
Ms. Fox. Mrs. Knoll.
Here.
Ms. Lee. Mr. Thompson.
Here.
Mr. Fiscaro.
Here.
Mr. Compton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll now be looking for a motion to move into executive session, whereas in NJSA 10-4-12 allows for a public body to go into closed session during a public meeting, and whereas the Board of Education of Evesham Township has deemed it necessary to go into closed session to discuss certain matters which are exempted from the public, and whereas the regular meeting of the Board of Education will reconvene following the end of the closed session at approximately 7:30 p.m. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education will go into closed session for the following reasons as outlined in NJSA 10-4-12, items 2.2 through 2.4. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Fiscaro, seconded by Mr. Bach. Any questions or comments before we head into executive session? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On executive session, Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi.
Yes.
Ms. Fox. Mrs. Knoll.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Fiscaro.
Yes.
Mr. Compton.
Yes.
We're in executive session now.
Thank you. We'll see you all back at approximately 7:30. Would all those who are able please rise for the pledge? I pledge allegiance
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The mission statement tonight will be read by Mr. DeMasi.
The mission of the Evesham Township School District is to promote excellence in an environment that engages students in meaningful learning experiences. In partnership with students, dedicated staff, families, and community, the district provides a strong educational foundation that will empower our students to achieve their unique potential, embrace self-directed lifelong learning, develop the skills necessary for appropriate risk-taking and responsible decision-making, respect themselves and others, problem-solve individually and collaboratively, become contributing members of a diverse global society.
Thank you, Mr. DeMasi. I'll now hand the floor to Dr. Smith for presentations.
We want to recognize these wonderful students for earning placement in either the Olympic Honors Band and or the All South Jersey Band. So if all the students could kind of come over along with Ms. Goldman and Mr. White, please. And Mr. Hoffman I saw here, and Ms. Green, they may not want to come up, but they're here. I want to acknowledge both of you as well for supporting the music programs in your schools. So we've got Dana Kerber, Olympic Honors Band. Congratulations. Congratulations. Evan Sarcone for Olympic Honors Band. Casey Liza. Did I get that? Okay. For South Jersey Band. Great job. Great job. Elaine Eckhart for Olympic Honors Band. And Carly Ridley for South Jersey Band. And Timothy Carl for South Jersey Band and Olympic Honors Band. He's at another gig. So, and in fact, you know, two of our students were at another gig earlier tonight. They were playing with the Evesham Jazz Machine, which is, I think, a group from the high school mixed in with the middle school, and they were over at Seneca High School. And that's music you can travel all kinds of places, you know, through your instruments. So just encourage you students to keep with it, you know, carry it on with you through middle school into high school. You played so beautifully, and we're just so glad that you're here as our students making such wonderful accomplishments. So congratulations again. If we can give them one more round of applause. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Golden. Oh, picture. Make sure that Barry gets in the picture. If any parents want to come up and take pictures too, feel free to come forward. So now we go from the arts to athletics. If we could have the DeMasi Middle School girls basketball team join us up front. And then we've got head coach Melissa Walker and assistant coach Caitlin Ravel, if they could come up too. Awesome. I feel a little smaller all of a sudden standing here. See, I don't know if you want to say anything about the season and all, or anything like that. Like, just tell us a little bit about it. Yeah,
Okay,
just
great.
undefeated. I'm asking, like, give us a little nugget, like a little bit. I mean, that's an accomplishment, right? So.
Actually, 18-0 if you count from last season. We haven't lost since December 2022, which is very impressive. Some of these girls have played since they were in 6th grade, 7th grade. Amazing. I can't talk too much because I'm going to lose it. Super special girls. They actually, raise your hand if you're playing in a championship game this weekend as well. Yeah. 8th grade travel team made it, and then so did the 7th grade travel team. Cherokee's extremely lucky to have these girls. They've taught me a lot, more than they have any idea. All right, awesome girls.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. So we're going to call you up over one at a time. Isabella Bandoy, if you come on over. Gabriella Dispensa. Aaron Gallagher. Sydney Gaiman. Lillian Gorsline. Not here, okay. Rain Green. Gabriella Medina. Maggie Melnichuk. Gracie O'Donnell. Gwyneth Oliver. Arna Patel. Brenna Rogers. Maura Spicer. Carly Sipansky? Did I get that right? Did I say that right? Sispansky. Thank you. Lauren Vega? And Lee Wiener. Awesome. Let me give a round of applause for the entire team and the coaches. Fantastic.
That's about them.
So as I typically do at the end of presentations, if there were families here for the presentations, you're welcome to stay. But it feels like between the band students and the basketball students, there's a lot of practicing going on. So if you got to get off to practice or anything else, feel free to leave. We appreciate so much everyone coming out for those presentations, and congrats again to the wonderful students.
All right. The meeting will now be open to the public referencing agenda items only. However, if your questions or comments pertain to litigation, student or personnel items, or negotiations, we would ask that you see the superintendent after the meeting since we do not discuss these matters in public. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person and state your name and address at the beginning. Is there anyone who would like to speak about agenda items today?
That is a board-created section. We do have 2 motions under that, but it's nothing that is public information or both student matters.
Okay, but do I speak now? Do I speak?
No, you would speak in the second.
The second portion?
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, we'll close that section out. Moving to the approval of the minutes, we need a motion to approve items 6.1 and 6.2. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mrs. Knoll, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any questions on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, roll call please, Mr. Yates.
On the approval of minutes, Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi,
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Abstain.
Your abstention is noted. Mrs. Knoll,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Fisicaro,
Yes.
and Mr. Compton.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to superintendent items, we need a motion to approve items 7.1 through 7.8. Do we have a motion? Motion by Ms. Fox, seconded by Mr. Fisicaro. Before we vote, I'll hand the floor over to Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Canton. I'd like to start off by recognizing the importance of this month as Black History Month in ETSD and nationwide. To that end, I'd like to highlight the leadership of our board member, Jaron Brown, who has already made a positive impact through his thoughtful and kind approach and great sense of humor, which I look forward to more of in these early stages of his time on the board. First, second, and third, anytime, and particularly during the long winter stretch, I'd like to thank our staff for their dedication day in and day out. The work with children is very rewarding, but education also has its stresses, especially when budget cuts are looming and with the uncertainty that that brings. Starting next week, there will be meetings just with staff to discuss staffing impacts of our budget. Our tentative budget board meeting will be on Tuesday, March 19th at 7:30 here at Marlton Middle School. Per standard budget timeline, information regarding the 24-25 budget and future plans will first be shared publicly at that meeting. District timelines depend on state timelines. State aid numbers were only just released this afternoon. Some districts, their aid changed a lot. The final budget approval meeting will be in late April, early May, providing time for stakeholder input. A district's process takes the time that it does to enable consideration and care in preparing the budget and future plans, all in alignment with that district mission read so well by Mr. DeMasi at the outset of this meeting, which is to support students absolutely to the greatest extent possible. The March 19th meeting will include also a presentation about preschool, namely preschool education aid. Now, this opportunity, people may not know, Governor Murphy spoke about it again in his governor's address earlier this week. It is nothing less, nothing short than the greatest single opportunity ever provided for any district, including this one, in the state of New Jersey. And any district, in pursuit of its mission, has to talk about it. The chance to provide 2 full years of school for every 3- and 4-year-old in town, not only at no cost to the local taxpayer, but earning more money back for ETSD in order to preserve and restore programs and services for all children. And we will hear on that same day, March 19th, and next week with staff, about what the budget next year looks like. And unfortunately, we are going to need to be making some cuts. As we sit here right now, we are all paying for preschool for other towns' kids. Every town around us and beyond. And we're paying not only for the preschool for those children, but we're paying for the money that those districts are getting back for their regular budget, that they're netting for their budget from that preschool expansion. We'll talk more about all this on March 19th, because again, any district in fulfillment of its mission to provide the best possible education for all children now and tomorrow and the day after that must talk about preschool. And we'll talk application, we'll talk scenarios, we'll talk possibilities. Let me be clear. No application has been submitted, nor will one be until at the earliest the summer. So the next deadline is August. There's time to walk and talk. Talking about the budget will be horrible. We are trying to find the least horrible path. But I am looking forward to March 19th, because then at least we can be talking about it, because uncertainty is really difficult, and I wish we could talk about it right now. But we can't. And also on March 19th, most of all, looking forward to talking about, to opening the public conversation about preschool and the incredible positive potential of that, which no one can fully conceptualize how impactful it could be to provide 2 years of school, full days, for the youngest students of a town, their academic, their social, their emotional growth, and how that impact of those 2 years is going to echo into kindergarten, when on day 1 of kindergarten, They actually have 2 years under their belt, on through first grade, second grade, elementary school, middle school, high school, college, career, affecting how they are as people, as parents, as neighbors, as everything. That's the mission of a district. That's what we're going to get to talk about. I can't wait. I hope to see everybody back here on March 19th. Last two mentions. First, for Beeler, I will be sending emails tomorrow to the Beeler staff and community announcing the plan for Beeler moving forward. Mrs. Schroeder's leave has changed and extended. Like I said, emails going out tomorrow on that. I would like to thank interim principal and former Jagged principal, Ms. Sue Screnchy, for her help over the past weeks, as her last day as interim principal with us was Tuesday this week. Lastly, a huge and heartfelt thank you to our Evesham Education Foundation for the tremendously successful undertaking that was the Double Down fundraiser on February 2nd. Truly a village effort. Our district appreciates all the work of EEF for our students, especially going into the 7th straight year of state aid reduction. And as a save the date, the next big EEF event is going to be on Monday, June 3rd, which is the Memorial Golf Classic. And that ends my comments, Mr. Camp. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Any comments from the board?
Taking a look, get used to this. Taking a look at the agenda, just we're going into the first reading of the calendar today. I am very happy about this, in particular for adding in these two new holidays, Eid and Diwali. I think we have a community that is growing in diversity. I think that's very important for us. I think it's great for the township. I think it's great for the school district, and I look forward to having these days recognized. So I'm very excited about this, and I just wanted to share that in this first reading. So thank you again for everyone who's worked on that here and in other school districts that supported into this. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
Pardon me, on administrative items, Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Fisicaro.
Yes.
Mr. Compton.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item 8, curriculum and instruction. We need a motion to approve items 8.1 through 8.6. Motion by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mrs. Knoll. Any board members have any questions or comments on section 8? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On curriculum and instruction, Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Fisicaro.
Yes.
Mr. Compton.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item number 9, we need a motion to approve items 9.1 through 9.17 under finance and operations. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. DeMasi, seconded by Mr. Fisicaro. Any questions or comments from the board? Mrs. Knoll?
I just had a question on 9:15 for Mr. Yates. I noticed this is I believe an application for funding. Is it a grant for some of the capital projects that we were looking to do, namely a few of the schools and the HVAC systems?
Yep, so the New Jersey School Development Authority has made approximately $75 million available to public schools in New Jersey. We qualified for roughly $103,000, and working with our facilities team, we've identified that we're going to put to use those funds towards new boilers in 2 locations. 3 boilers, 2 locations.
Okay, so this is not, are we guaranteed to get this funding?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as the board approves the submission of this, and we submit a proper application, which really just lists the identified projects boilers would qualify, we get the funds.
Okay. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On finance and operations, Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
Yes to 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, abstain on 9-4, board member travel, as I have signed up for some trainings and workshops. Yes to 9.5 through 9.16.
So to clarify, yes to all, you're abstaining from 9.04.
Correct.
Your abstention is noted. Thank you. Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Fisicaro,
Yes.
and Mr. Compton.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item 10, personnel. We need a motion to approve items 10.1 through 10.10. Do we have a motion? Motion by Ms. Fox, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, roll call, please. Mr. Yates?
On personnel, Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Fisicaro,
Yes.
and Mr. Compton.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item 11 under policy, we have no new policies. Moving to item 12, committee reports. Are there any committee chairs who would like to share a report? Mrs. Knoll?
I wanted to briefly share, the curriculum committee did meet earlier this month, and we have one new member. Well, I'm new, but also Mr. DeMasi, welcome, and we look forward to your addition. You've asked many excellent questions, so together we discussed many things. We discussed a lot about the budget for next year, and also the revisions coming up that are for the language arts curriculum. We spoke about that. And let's see what else. Oh, the high-impact tutoring grant that Ms. Magulik explained to us, which was on the agenda tonight. She had put in an application, if I'm remembering, at some point in the fall, and we are awarded the money, but we need to have approved this resolution to accept the money. So the high-impact tutoring grant is going to go for specific things you have it earmarked for. And if you don't mind, just a little bit about that, because I don't remember.
Sure. I'll try to project, so everyone can hear me. Basically, the grant was $230,000, and we are using that for 3rd and 4th graders. That was you got priority points for targeting 3rd and 4th grade. So that would be through our reading staff providing that. We also are using it for all grades for before and after school tutoring through IRS, as well as to support a couple of our summer programs for students in need.
Thank you. So that's basically an overview of everything that we discussed at curriculum, and we, of course, meet monthly, so I'll report back next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Knoll. Are there any other committee chairs who would like to share a report? Seeing none, we'll move into old business, of which we have none. Item number 15, new business. We have 2 items for new business today. We need a motion to approve the special education settlement as discussed in executive session. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mrs. Knoll, seconded by Mr. Fisicaro. Don't think we could do questions or comments, so we'll move to a vote.
On new business, item number 1, Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Fisicaro,
Yes.
and Mr. Compton.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. One more item of new business. We need a motion to uphold the finding of no HIB as discussed in executive session. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Fisicaro. Roll call, please, Mr. Yates.
Roll call on new business, item number 2, Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
Abstain.
Your abstention is noted. Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Fisicaro,
Yes.
and Mr. Compton.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. We will now move into open public comment. This meeting will now be open to the public referencing items of interest. However, if your questions or comments pertain to litigation, student or personnel items, or negotiations, we would ask that you see the superintendent after the meeting since we do not discuss these matters in public. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person. Yeah, please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person, 1 public comment per person, and please state your name and address at the beginning.
And Pope, 16 Kirkdale Drive, Marlton, New Jersey, addressing,
I don't think the microphone's on.
and Cataline, 16 Kirkdale Drive in Brush Hollow, addressing the vote. I have it marked section 1-4, is that correct?
Section 14. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the first thing I would like to do is address the board on number 1. Do you read what the state of New Jersey publishes? For instance, the December 2023 Anti-Bullying Task Force specifically contradicts each vote that affirmed that ruling. The difference between bullying and conflict, do you even know what it is? Clearly you do not. If you did, you could not make that vote in good faith. Secondly, do you know what the QSCA is? You all want to know what the QSAC is.
Miss, please face forward.
I want them to hear it because they have a right to know that that is a report that should be published by the school district, by each school, as reported to the state of New Jersey. It gives a grade. If that grade is less than 80, the school is considered interim, which I don't even know what that means. But I will tell you, you want a grade above 80 because that's high performing. I have looked at every school individually. I've looked at the board's website. I have placed a phone call to the superintendent's office. There is no reply at all, and yet the state has said, without a doubt, it must, not you may, not maybe you could, would, should, but you must publish that report. When I called the superintendent's office, I was told you'll get a call back right away, except the person answering the phone didn't know what it was, so she had to find out. Do you know what it is? If you do, have you been given the report? And if you have, why haven't you given it to the public? Now, as far as this anti-bullying, all I can tell you is when a child is pushed down and he receives bruises and abrasions, and it doesn't happen once, it happens 2 times, it happens 3 times, and you say it's not bullying because this person doesn't have some identifying characteristics? Well, let me tell you something. If I ran into any one of you in a store and I decided to push you unprovoked, if I decided to slap you in the face, causing bruises and bleeding, do you think you would consider it an assault? And here's your choice, board. Here's your choice. If it's not bullying, then it's a conflict. And the difference between a conflict and bullying, conflict is 2 people. It's a fight. It's you and me. Bullying is 1 person.
Ma'am, you've reached 3 minutes. Please wrap up your comment. I can't. Everyone gets 3 minutes, so I have to enforce that equally.
Then do your homework, and I won't have to come back.
Good evening. My name is Cindy LaSalvia. I'm a teacher here in Evesham for 23 years, classroom teacher, reading recovery teacher, and now the reading recovery teacher leader for our district. As stated before, with the budget talks getting into full swing, I'm sure there's going to be tough decisions that will have to be made. In light of lots of talk around town and social media, I wanted to make sure that you hear about reading recovery in a positive way, all of its successes, and how we've been addressing the needs of children here for years and years. I also would like to emphasize some facts about reading recovery. We appreciate that all voices are heard. I want to talk about what reading recovery is and what reading recovery is not, briefly. Reading recovery is not a classroom program. It is early intervention for students who come to 1st grade significantly behind in reading and writing from both half and full day kindergartens and outside educational settings. It is really hard to wrap our minds around 5 and 6-year-olds already coming in way behind, but that's the reality. This is an intervention that is supplemental to good classroom instruction. We have wonderful partnerships with our classroom teachers, and that is invaluable for our students' success. Reading recovery is not long-term. It's short-term to help students accelerate their learning with a highly trained teacher. Teachers are trained for a full year, and after that, teachers attend 18 hours per year in professional development. Reading recovery is evidence-based, research-based, and yes, science-based. Data is collected every year for every student. Reading recovery teaches phonics and phonemic awareness on a daily basis, along with fluency, comprehension, and writing skills. Children need to know letters and sounds in order to read. I am absolutely happy to further this conversation at any time with any of you, and we can look closely at the data. Reading recovery has been and continues to be the most highly effective intervention for our young students. It is financially self-sustaining. Evesham is a training site, and we have outside districts pay for their training when they come to us year after year. Reading recovery is a partnership with all stakeholders. I have forwarded the board parent questionnaire feedback surveys. I have forwarded the board first grade teacher surveys. Please take the time to read all of them. Parent surveys are not just emotional feel-good stories. They represent real kids in our classrooms right now. Our district has valued the importance of early intervention for many years. We invest early in all of our students, just like we will be with the preschool, and we place an importance on helping our most needy learners crack that code.
Ma'am, you've reached 3 minutes.
Nope, thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Rachel Zabriskie, 534 Justice Drive, Marlton, New Jersey. And I've come here tonight both as a resident of Evesham Township, but also as an employee of the Evesham Township School District. I have taught kindergarten, and I'm now currently employed at Jaggard Elementary School as a reading recovery teacher and the school's interventionist. I've raised all 4 of my kids in Evesham Township, and they have attended the Evesham Township school system ever since kindergarten. One is now in college, 2 are at Cherokee, and 1 is currently at DeMasi Middle School. 3 out of my 4 children were very successful with their academic careers. They all had pretty positive experiences, but my one child, my daughter, struggled with reading. She's quiet, shy, introverted, doesn't really like to take risks, lacks some of the self-confidence that's needed for that, and overall, she did not like reading, which breaks my heart to say that as a reading teacher, but it was not her favorite thing to do. When she was in elementary school, she also was recommended and to be brought before the INRS committee for attention and focusing issues. Her first grade teacher and I communicated often, and we both agreed it would be best to have her screened for reading recovery. Unfortunately, when she was screened, she was not eligible. There were other students that needed it more than she did. As a teacher, and at that time I was a stay-at-home mom, I worked very hard with her, but we all know how that goes. Sometimes when you're working with your own kids, it's not always the best scenario. And the reason I'm telling you this and sharing this story with you is that she struggled with reading not because of the curriculum, it was because of who she was as an individual. With time and growth and development, she got where she needed to be, but as I said, it was always a struggle for her. As a reading recovery teacher, I've seen students come to me that struggle with reading for so many different reasons. Their home environments. Do they have books there? Some do, some don't. Are they read to? Some are, some aren't. What was their previous schooling experience? Did they attend preschool? Which hopefully now with moving forward with Evesham, that's not going to be as much of an issue as it has been in the past. Their background knowledge. Some of our children come, they have plenty of experiences, but not all of them do. And do they have that support that's needed to help them succeed with reading? Some children who are younger and not developmentally ready struggle with reading because reading and writing both are developmental skills and they are complex. Some of them have stronger oral language skills and some have weaker oral language skills. Speech and language development, all of this has an impact on how successful a student may be with their reading.
Ma'am, you've reached 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Heather Toko, 16 Annapolis Drive. I've been an Evesham resident for 17 years. Both my children have gone through the Evesham Township School District. My son's currently at DeMasi Middle, and my daughter's at Cherokee. I've also been a reading specialist at a neighboring school district for 22 years. And throughout my teaching career, I've had the opportunity to be involved with numerous reading programs. And what I've learned is that no single approach helps every child. Last year, when I was presented with the possibility of becoming a trained reading recovery teacher, I jumped at the chance to teach this research-based program. Teaching with reading recovery's methods, I've been able to accelerate my students' reading growth so that they are on par with their peers in the classroom. This has been the most effective program I've ever used with students who are struggling to learn how to read. And a great component of this program is the ongoing professional development that takes place after the training. I truly feel fortunate to be a reading recovery and to have the support of Cindy LaSalvia and Evesham to continue my professional development. And the residents of Evesham School District are just as fortunate to have all these amazing reading recovery teachers working with the students here to accelerate their reading growth. Thank you.
Hello, Melissa Smith, 239 Foxwood Lane in Marlton. I'm speaking as a mom, a teacher, and a taxpayer in Marlton. I'm going to speak about being a mom first. My son attended full-day kindergarten at Rice Elementary. He had an absolutely wonderful teacher, Mrs. DeCibio. As he entered first grade, he continued to struggle with learning his letters, sounds, words, and early reading readiness skills. As his difficulties continued in first grade, he was fortunate enough to qualify for the second round of reading recovery with Tina Plummer. He was able to receive the much-needed one-on-one intensive program that was specifically geared to his needs. My son has since been diagnosed with dyslexia, but now he's a real reader. I credit the intensive interventions he had through reading recovery in his first grade year with helping him gain the fundamentals to be as successful as he is now. As a teacher in our district, I taught first grade for 8 years. My co-teacher and I would hope and pray that our neediest readers would qualify for reading recovery, 5 days a week, one-on-one, intensive intervention. 12 weeks for children to flourish. Many, many of our students would exit reading recovery on benchmark level. I've personally seen the success of this program, both as a parent and a teacher. As a resident and a taxpayer in our town, I ask that you continue to allow the children of Marlton to receive the benefits of this necessary program that has proven to be so successful for our children. Thank you.
Gina DeSimone, 313 Windsor Lane. Shocker, I'm going to talk about reading recovery. So let me be clear, I wholeheartedly agree that our school needs the addition of phonics and spelling programs, as these are fundamental skills needed for successful readers. However, these components are already an integral part of our current reading recovery program. You know what they say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Reading recovery is not broken. We don't need to fix it. It's an intervention offered to first graders, as you already heard, that are below grade level. It's designed and executed using all the fundamental parts of reading: phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. I'm going to try not to cry here. My son, Braden, has been fortunate enough to reap the benefits of this program. As a parent, watching a child struggle is awful. You know, you parents, most of you, I'm sure. So this program's been incredible for us. Under the expertise of Mrs. Ergood, my son has made progress. He is meeting almost all categories except for one with his fellow first graders. This is, I can't even express how this makes us feel as parents. And that's in just 20 weeks. In a world where we're always looking for the next best thing, the next new fad, the next best practice, please stop and look at what's right in front of you. This is working. You're hearing that it's working. Look into this, please. Reading recovery is phonics. It is everything that we are looking for. And as a district, as a teacher of more than 22 years, I beg you to add to our program and not take away. Mrs. Ergood and the other reading recovery teachers have worked endlessly to help our struggling students. They get rigorous, intensive training that is ongoing. It supports individual needs. We can hand any teacher a curriculum protocol, but knowing what to do with it and how to help a child is different. It's more than phonics. We cannot forget the human element. On a personal note, seeing my 6-year-old go from feeling stressed and significantly behind his peers to wanting to read, begging to read, reading to our rescue dogs, that to me is priceless. You can't get it from a curriculum protocol. You can't. Thanks, Mrs. Ergood. You have changed our lives, and we are eternally grateful. Thanks for being a teacher that not only goes above and beyond, but loves what they do and loves to make a difference. This, Mr. Smith and the board, this is reading recovery. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Fisher. I live in 49 Bonaire Drive. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here as a parent, deeply concerned about what I've heard regarding potential cuts to the Reading Recovery Program. I understand the challenges of budget constraints, but I firmly believe that the future of our children, especially those in dire need of support, like my son Dylan, should not be compromised. Dylan's journey with reading was not an easy one. I still vividly remember the struggle in Dylan's eyes and the frustration and silent tears when reading, a basic skill that many of his classmates possessed. It was heartbreaking to see him come home frustrated, feeling left behind as his classmates moved forward. But then something remarkable happened when Dylan was introduced to reading recovery. It was a beacon of hope tailored to meet the needs of children precisely like Dylan. It gave him the one-on-one support he needed from compassionate teachers, lifting him up word by word, book by book, until the day came when reading was no longer a chore, but a delight and even an adventure. Within weeks of starting the program, we saw a change. He went from being a child who couldn't follow along with us when we would read to him to one who couldn't wait to dive in to show us the words he can read. And before we knew it, he was ready to select books of his favorite athletes, solve mysteries with Encyclopedia Brown, or get lost in the magical world of Harry Potter. But perhaps the most amazing part of reading recovery for Dylan was not just the tailored academic support, but the relationship it fostered. His teacher was more than an educator. She was a mentor who helped him gain confidence in his academic ability. This program gave Dylan the courage to take risks, to embrace challenges, and to grow not just as a reader and writer, but as a confident young person ready to explore the world of learning with enthusiasm. I urge you, do not let budget cuts undermine this invaluable resource. The cost of discontinuing or reducing the Reading Recovery Program is far greater than its financial expense. We would be failing our children, our most vulnerable, at a time when they need us most. In sharing Dylan's story, I hope to shine a light on the immeasurable value and profound impact of children who, like Dylan, have found their path through reading recovery. It's a plea to protect and cherish the program that holds the power to transform the educational journey. Let's ensure that every child has the support, the care, and the opportunity to reach their full potential. Thank you for your consideration. Let's make a choice to support these kids' growth, their confidence, and their future.
Hello, my name is Heather Ergood. I live at 129 Hamilton Road. I am a teacher in the district. I am also a parent of students who went through the district. I have a current 8th grader. As a parent and a teacher in this district, I've heard a lot of thoughts and opinions lately from various stakeholders about what is best for children. Each side comes with their passion, their data, their anecdotes, but I truly believe that all of us, the Board of Education members, the parents, the administrators, and the teachers, we all want what is best for the students, the children who we are all here to serve. I started as a 1st grade teacher here in the district, and when I taught 1st grade, my colleagues and I would work hard to meet the needs of the children that came into our classroom. And we would celebrate when one of our students was chosen to participate in reading recovery because we knew that would make a significant difference in their abilities to read and write. There's nothing like the collaboration between a 1st grade teacher and a reading recovery teacher to help meet the needs of a student who is struggling with early literacy skills. That is what inspired me to get trained in reading recovery, knowing that I could make a real difference for students in our district. Now, as a reading recovery teacher at DeMasi Elementary School, I have worked with all kinds of children. I have worked with children whose home language is English, Arabic, Spanish, Russian, Bulgarian, Punjabi, Mandarin, and Ukrainian. I have worked with students who are in regular education, special education, and those with 504s. In doing so, I have witnessed how complex learning to read and write is, and that no two children need exactly the same thing to become the best reader that they can be. There is no one-size-fits-all program when it comes to teaching children to read and write. Our curriculum meets the needs of many, but not all. Reading recovery meets the needs of many, but not all. Systematic phonics instruction meets the needs of many, but not all. Teacher expertise, ongoing professional development, and high expectations for students are all factors that have been proven to have a positive impact on student achievement and growth. I can assure you of this. Reading recovery teachers have expertise. They participate in meaningful ongoing professional development. They have high expectations for all the students they serve. Reading recovery teachers teach phonics. They teach sight words. They teach strategies for comprehension and for problem-solving words that are a part of our very complex language. Reading recovery meets the needs of a wide range of learners. It does not discriminate, and it helps them grow and become more confident, competent readers and writers. My hope is that all the stakeholders here tonight can agree that reading recovery is not harmful to children, as some may have you believe, and that it is vitally important to have an early intervention in place that strives to accelerate the growth of the students who need it most. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ed Goodman, 11 Stafford Way. I have a son in kindergarten at Rice. I've been a special education teacher for the last 15 years. I'm speaking tonight to support the need for a structured, systematic phonics approach in all K-2 classrooms in the district. It's obvious that many people have some positive things to say about reading recovery. However, that's just an intervention, and I think that's also clear. What I believe and what our parent advocacy group believes is that in our district, we need to have the structured phonics approach in all the K-2 classrooms. A few weeks ago, we met with representatives of the district, and I was encouraged by the meeting, honestly, because I feel like there's a lot that we do agree on. The first thing I feel like we agree on is that reading is complex. That was stated multiple times tonight, as well as in the meeting. However, a structured phonics program in early elementary grades can make it much less complex by giving students the ability to attack the complexity of reading by relying on skills they've learned rather than guessing based on cueing strategies that are taught throughout the district's literacy programs. So, being that reading is complex, why aren't we evolving to meet the needs of our students with current best practices? Currently, states across the country are seeing a need for phonics instruction, so much so that they're requiring it in their updated standards. I understand the district uses the Fontes and Pinnell phonics program. However, Ed Reports rates the program as partially meeting expectations for reading foundational skills with a score of 114 out of 202, and in my view, that's just not good enough. While reading is complex, and we agree on that, we would like to see the complexity being addressed in our programming. Another thing that we agree on is that we have great teachers here in Evesham. We should be giving them the tools they need to make sure that every student is taught basic literacy skills that they need to thrive in their education. The programs we use have major shortcomings in phonics instruction and have come under criticism from recent research. It's clear that we have terrific educators. We should be equipping them with the resources they need to be highly effective. The final thing that we agree on was that we want the best for the children of Evesham. I'm lucky enough to be able to provide my son with structured phonics instruction at home, but not all parents can do this. I know I'm doing what's best for him because I see it in him every single day. A structured approach to phonics is what is best for all students in Evesham. Everything that we agree on gives us a lot of common ground, and we should be working together from that common ground to have a more effective conversation moving forward. I challenge the board and district administration to look at the research that the parent group has shared, evaluate our literacy programming. Although I agree that there is no silver bullet, there is not one end-all be-all approach, it is clear that our programming does lack a structured phonics program and quite honestly, it's dated. This is resulting in growing learning gaps in upper elementary grades and middle school. I see it every day at work, and I'm sure if you ask some of your
Sorry,
teachers,
you've
they will
reached
agree.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, Jen Peoples, 211 Royal Drive. I wanted to take a moment to address the board and administration tonight. Although I fully support reading recovery, that's not why I'm here. I have been the PTA president at Beeler School for 12 years, but I have been a parent and a volunteer there for over 18. I have had 4 kids go through the district, my youngest being in 5th grade. I am here tonight because what is going on in our building currently is just sad. Our principal is out on leave until after spring break, our interim has left, and our guidance counselor has recently resigned, and there has been 0 communication that has gone out to the family since January. We deserve transparency. Our children deserve transparency. The entire situation from an administrative standpoint has been poorly mismanaged, and it's very disheartening. There has been no consistent person in our building for weeks, no one to offer support, answer questions, etc. No one has stepped in, no one has stepped up the way they should have for our children, our staff, and our school. And this is not the first time. We had a very similar situation occur just last spring. It is also my wholehearted opinion that if it was another school, it would not have been overlooked for this long. We love and support our teachers and staff, and I have to tell you they've done a wonderful, tremendous job during this very, very difficult time for us. But it has drastically affected morale, it has drastically affected school spirit, and it will affect our children. It will. I do understand after reaching out to Dr. Smith today that you are seeking a permanent solution. It just never should have gotten to this point. I speak tonight as a parent advocate, as a PTA member, as a voice for our children. We deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Kimberly Henson, 111 Meadowview Circle. Good evening. As each and every one of us standing before you tonight do, I have a significant number of concerns about what's happening in our district. At the forefront of on what's many of our minds is the 5th grade. While I'm unsure if moving 5th grade is truly a possibility, Dr. Smith's lack of response on the matter leads me to believe that it is. As a former educator myself, I can only express how much of a mistake adding 5th grade to the middle school is. I have spent 13 years as a middle school teacher, have my graduate degree in educational leadership and development. I have done extensive research on the history of middle school and why it was developed. It exists to give students ages 11 to 14 a separate place to grow, mature, and come into their own. When done right, middle school should be a safe place for students to not just focus on their academic achievements, but spend a significant amount of time working on their social and emotional development as well. Most 5th graders are outside of this age range, and a full middle school model is not appropriate for them. There are articles that explain more about why 5th graders do not belong in a middle school setting. They need that extra year to grow and mature, and I am truly questioning what we are considering sacrificing that year for. Personally, my biggest concern, however, is our staff. As I'm sure you know, there is a mass exodus of teachers all over the country. Teachers and staff are leaving not just their schools, but the field of education itself. They're not leaving because they can't hack it or because the job is too hard. They're leaving because they are not supported and they are unable to do the jobs they were hired to do. I have expressed my concerns about this and have questioned what administration and the board is doing to support them, and my concerns have been dismissed or fallen on deaf ears. My own daughter has lost 2 teachers who have left the profession. My concerns were dismissed because these 2 staff members left on good terms. And while that very well may be, the fact of the matter is that these teachers still didn't feel enticed enough to stay. Many of the families here tonight are frustrated at a lack of transparency and communication. There have been more resignations and staffing changes that we as families have not been privy to and have to find out through the grapevine or emails that happen too little too late. I am imploring you to work with families, teachers, and stakeholders and have us in conversations about the future of our district. Starting those conversations in April is too late. To our teachers, I say thank you. I see you. I see what you do day in and day out, and I appreciate you. I know what it's like to be in your shoes, and I promise that as a parent, I will do everything in my power to support you, advocate for you, and your well-being.
Hello, my name is Audrey Gillen. I live at Rockingham Drive in Marlton. I'm a retired employee of Evesham Township School District. I have 3 children who attended Evesham Township Schools. I have attended many board meetings over the years. At the January board meeting this year, the word transparency kept being repeated. February 20th, 2024, this year, just about a year after my retirement, I received a check from the Evesham Township School District. I believe this check was for the overpayment of my share for health insurance benefits. Evesham Township School District was not in compliance with a law that was passed and signed by Governor Murphy in July of 2020. I just want to say to the parents, the administrators, the board members, it's important for the parents here to keep speaking up, keep asking questions, and keep showing up. The truth always comes out, and your voice should be heard. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Colleen Ellis. I live on Tenby Lane in Marlton. I'm here because myself and I think a lot of other parents feel like we were sold a story when we were urged to vote to fund full-day kindergarten with our tax dollars, and we did so in order to preserve our middle school structure. And we feel like the rug is being pulled out from under us in the name of pursuing a preschool grant. Additionally, I am hearing from friends and neighbors who are teachers in the district and who are members of the union and of union leadership that Dr. Smith has not been transparent with them about proposed budget cuts and has not collaborated with them in an effort to see where those cuts can be made or shifted. It seems foolish not to include the people who work most closely with our children and who know better than anyone the impact that any cuts would have on them in preliminary discussions about the budget, especially in a district whose theme is cooperation. Parents and teachers are tired of being asked for patience when our kids' education is at stake, and rumors about cuts are flying around unaddressed, and the failure to address them just lends credence to those rumors. I urge the Board of Education to ask the following questions regarding the preschool plan. How is this going to help our current students when it will mean the district having to match the grant money that is given by the state, which can only be used for the preschool program? What is the plan for implementation? These grants have a quick turnaround time of 60 days once that grant is procured. Is this district prepared to implement a full program in 60 days? And are you thinking about the children that are going to come here with IEPs, where now you have a half-day preschool disabled program, you will have to offer a full-day preschool disabled program, and those kids are going to need support. And sadly, I don't think, judging by the current state of the special education programs in this district, they're prepared to expand that support. What happens when the grant money runs out and the district is left to fully fund the program? And also, given the numbers released by the state today that show a significant reduction in the anticipated cuts to state aid, how does this affect the budget that's currently being developed and not discussed with parents or teachers or anyone else who has a stake in it? My husband is a U.S. Coast Guard veteran, and I'd like to leave you with a quote by Captain Warren Judge, who's the commanding officer of the Coast Guard Training Center in Cape May. Transparency and leadership is not merely about revealing facts, it's about fostering trust through openness, honesty, and accountability, thereby illuminating the path towards collective success. We as a community are continuing to ask you for transparency in the interest of the success of this district and all of our kids.
Amanda Gaunt, 5 Links Way. It's disappointing to have to speak again tonight regarding our advocacy group's concerns for Evesham's early literacy curriculum. However, the district's inaction compels me to do so. I'm here to express the urgent need to closely examine the philosophies, practices, and programming of your early literacy curriculum. The system is broken. Evesham's use of an inaccurate benchmarking system leads to inaccurate identification of students in need of intervention. The students who are identified are then placed into intervention programs that are considered by research and literature to be insufficient for struggling readers and ineffective for dyslexic students. There's a complete lack of effective progress monitoring in both the general education and intervention programs. The general education and intervention programs do not meet the criteria as a structured approach to literacy. The district continues to ignore the substantial evidence that demonstrates structured literacy is more effective for all readers, not just struggling readers. However, none of this is new information. I've been expressing this and providing the supporting research and literature since October. The district is citing philosophical differences or the reading wars to justify their inaction. However, the large body of research that exists regarding the science of reading has made these so-called reading wars irrelevant. A leading expert in the field, Dr. Seidenberg, describes the increasingly advanced, sophisticated body of scientific reading research that has developed over the last several decades as, quote, "It's not at any level where any reasonable person could debate. It doesn't turn on one lab or one funding agency or any one method. It's an overwhelming success in the science, and yet it has had almost no effect on how educators think about reading. And indeed, people are quite willing to keep fighting the reading wars endlessly." Similarly, another leading expert in the field, Dr. Motes, questions the room for philosophical debate in the teaching of reading. Dr. Motes states, "Preparation for teaching reading often is more grounded in ideology than evidence. While the academic freedom that professors often invoke has a place in teacher education, its claim is not as absolute as it may be in the humanities. Professional preparation programs have a responsibility to teach a defined body of knowledge, skills, and abilities that are based on the best research in the field. This is no less important in reading than it is medicine or law. Evidence to guide our practices is stronger than it has ever been. The preparation and professional development of teachers must be better aligned with the decades of reading science. I'm here tonight to remind Evesham leadership of their responsibility to their staff and the students they serve to stop ignoring the decades of reading research that it should inform instruction and practices. It's time for Evesham leadership to stop believing in a false dichotomy between a structured approach to foundational reading skills and developing rich comprehension and a love of reading and learning. As Dr. Motes states, the science of reading is inextricably linked
Ma'am,
to
you've
the
reached
love of
3
reading.
minutes.
To teach and inspire the next generation, we
Ma'am,
simply
you've
can't have
reached 3
one
minutes.
without the other. Thank you.
Angela Stewart, 1 Kirkbridge Court. Tonight I'm asking for transparency from the board and from the superintendent. Transparency for what interventions and curriculum change will be provided to our children that will provide explicit research-based phonics instruction. Also, how will the district measure progress and growth moving forward? I left the recent meeting between parents and administration with more questions than answers. Again, transparency and communication. Also, transparency for what will happen with 5th grade. My daughters in 3rd, 1st, and preschool will be negatively impacted by this change. My 3rd grader already was virtual for kindergarten due to COVID. COVID already negatively impacted this group of children socially, emotionally, and academically. Now you want to transition them early to an environment that is not developmentally appropriate. Let them stay in the elementary environment, let them be leaders, let them socially and emotionally grow where they are developmentally comfortable and safe. Thank you.
So my name is Tassama Sultan. I'm one of the members of the Marlton Muslim families. Can I start first with our greeting in Islam, Assalamu alaikum, which means peace be upon you. As one of the Marlton Muslim community, I would like to thank you, Dr. Smith, and all of the members of the Board of Education for supporting our proposal to add Eid al-Fitr as a holiday in the school calendar. For everyone, Eid al-Fitr is a Muslim holiday that marks the end of Ramadan. Ramadan is our holy month, which we fast for 30 days from dawn to sunset. Our children are honored and grateful for your decision. They feel now included. They feel their voices were heard. Thank you so much. I'm sure your decision today made difference to our children and for the coming generations. We appreciate all your work and thank you so much.
Hello, Jason RC5 Kirkbridge Court. I'm a parent of kindergarten and first graders in Evesham. I'm not in education or an expert in reading strategies or philosophies, so I won't share my thoughts on why I believe the current reading curriculum is outdated and inadequate, or why I believe an explicit structured phonics curriculum is needed. Instead, I'd like to share some observations and experiences I've had related to struggling readers in our curriculum. It's been my experience that borderline struggling readers are not being helped with additional resources. And the reason that it's happening is a lack of resources. My daughter was recommended for reading recovery by her kindergarten teacher towards the end of the year. And after the district's or whoever's consideration, she was denied because she was a borderline student and there were many more students that needed help, or more help than her is what we were told. So in short, there were too many kids that needed help with reading for the district to support. There have continued to be struggles this year in first grade with reading. At our first conference, we again inquired about reading recovery after being told of those struggles, and we're again told that there wasn't room for her, and that there were in fact only 8 spots in her school for first graders. So she continued to struggle. We were continued to be notified of her struggles, and she was just recently been accepted into the reading recovery program, which we are thrilled about. She's finally going to get the help that she needs. And so I share all of this as an example of how we're failing our students. A lot of, there's a lot of different ends of this, but the current reading curriculum is creating more students needing help than the district can support. By choosing to not implement an explicit structured phonics program and also not providing sufficient resources to certain groups of readers, they're creating a growing group of students that need help and then refusing to help by not providing sufficient training to teachers and very limited access to reading specialists. If you can't support the number of students needing help with your reading, something has to change. And so the reading recovery specialists, we love you guys. We need you guys. We want you guys to have the tools and resources to help our children. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your attention tonight. I'm Cindy Rogers. I have a 3rd grader, a 6th grader, and I teach 5th grade in another district. Tonight, I am here to be the voice of the teachers, our teachers. Many of them at Evesham Township School District are not comfortable speaking publicly for fear of retribution. So they've asked me to speak out on behalf of them about their concerns about the possible restructuring at the middle school. One employee asked me to share that she has children in the district but is considering moving out of town because of the possible changes. This employee also regrets voting for full-day kindergarten and feels misled. Another teacher is concerned about 5th and 8th grade potentially sharing bathrooms, riding buses together, passing each other in hallways at arrival and dismissal. She said it's not age appropriate, and also the start times are too early for a 10-year-old. Another is concerned that they will be required to teach a subject that they are not certified in. Staff is concerned about cutting independent study, which is when students meet with their teachers for extra help to catch up on work from being absent, to meet for Tier 3. Teachers are very worried about our special education population. Cuts would cause them to have several special education teachers throughout the day and no independent study time where they can finish tests or get support or review material. Teachers are worried about losing their team planning time, which means all co-planning periods are gone. Teachers can no longer work together helping a struggling student plan lessons or units or theme days for kids. They're losing a planning period and gaining an entirely new class to prep for, teach, and grade. Staff noted that students will be moving all over the building and there is not nearly enough staff to monitor the halls, Lockers might not be in your classes. What happens if a student forgets something? Do you waste 5 to 10 minutes having them go back to their lockers to retrieve it, or will teachers start giving zeros? They also brought up that students will not have the same guidance counselor or vice principal throughout their years at middle school, since they will be all over the schools instead of one designated house. Class sizes will go up. Parents need to be aware of how much help their children are going to be losing, because teachers will not have the time nor the flexibility to provide for their students anymore. And teachers do not want this change. They want to help and support and motivate the students, not turn them away. We do not want to see the house concept go. It's so much better for the kids to have a team. One staff member said, and I quote, "Every single thing about this plan is detrimental to the students and staff." These are some pretty heavy thoughts from our teachers. And I say teachers of teens and preteens are pretty special people. They're dealing with children who are trying so hard to grow up, but are still kids. Kids who are pushing the boundaries, pushing away their parents, navigating changes, but who need love and support and understanding. Our teachers need that time and space to work with these youngsters. 83% of the budget is teachers, and that's who it should be. We need them. They are the heart and soul of our schools, and yet their voices don't feel that they're heard. Let's fix that. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jennifer Peelman, and I live at 33 Snuffbox Lane. My husband and I both attended Evesham schools, as do our 3 children. Tonight, there are many people in this room coming together to stand for what they believe. Parents want 5th graders to remain in elementary school settings because they thrive developmentally in that environment. Beyond this room, there is a petition of over 525 signatures who also feel that 10 years old is too young to be in a middle school setting, in class, on buses, and in after-school activities. Supporters of the current middle school structure stand here tonight in hopes of protecting a model that is the envy of many other districts. We can't allow our middle schools to become junior highs. Our preteens need a safe environment where they can be seen as individuals by their teachers. Tonight, you see passionate people united in the red color. Thanks for wearing it, Dr. Smith. Long before this meeting, people have written emails, made phone calls, done research, and more, all in the name of sharing with the superintendent and the board their vision for this district. In Dr. Smith's recent email update, he highlighted that families were surveyed about cultural holidays in the school calendar. I applaud the fact that families were surveyed and their input was included. The desire for collaboration and involvement is a theme that is echoed at school drop-off, PTA meetings, and social media. People want their voices heard. They want to offer ideas, and more than anything, they want transparency. I am deeply concerned about transparency, particularly where the preschool expansion grant is concerned. As we face aid reductions and rising costs of everything, it does not seem fiscally responsible at this time to apply for the preschool expansion grant. In the name of transparency, I feel it's important to share that this grant does not provide all the funds that are needed for the program, and the district would have to put up financial resources in addition to the grant to cover expenses. At the January board meeting, Dr. Smith spoke about his dedication to students. He stated, "I can't stand up in front of our community and talk about reductions to kids that we serve to pay for a program for kids that we don't." He was speaking specifically about TBA, but I believe the statement still completely is applicable to the preschool expansion grant. If we move forward to the grant now, at a time of rising costs in the district, we are essentially inviting more students to be part of the district while changing the experience for the children that are already here, and that change is not in their best interest academically or emotionally. Dr. Smith and members of the Board of Education, you are sitting in a room full of passionate, committed, and knowledgeable change makers. You are in a position to bring the groups together. We can work to achieve something we are all proud of. I encourage Dr. Smith and the board to host a strategic planning initiative where employees, parents, students, community members, and stakeholders can come together in collaboration. Now is not the time to add programs at the expense of our current students. It is not the time to hastily restructure the district or cut programs.
3 minutes.
It's the time for collaboration and strategy. Cooperation is key, and I hope Dr. Smith and the board set an example.
My name is Andrea Tierney of 241 Conestoga Drive. I am the parent of 3 children in this district. I know you have continued to ask for patience from the community, but we also recognize the need to fully express our concerns before you move forward with the plans that we may be deeply opposed to. As you formalize your budget proposal, we hope that our voice gives you the opportunity to reflect what we value most. I want to speak to our opposition to any form of restructuring our current school models. We are opposed to reorganizing the middle schools into a 5-6 and a 7-8 school. We are opposed to removal of the team models. Middle school teachers need to be able to collaborate to support our children appropriately. Junior high models have gone by the wayside because they're developmentally inappropriate for this age group. We are opposed to removing the 5th grade students from their home schools. These children have begun their education in an unprecedented time with COVID lockdowns. They need consistency and support more than any other group before. It is essential that we do not further impose experiments. These ideas do not align with research on students' social and emotional well-being. Rather, they serve as cost-effective educational factory models that are just pushing out products. You cannot cut corners like a business when you are in education. We understand that free preschool sounds enticing, but we know that the implications of this program come with substantial requirements. This grant is far from free, and the burden it places on this district is going to take away from our current students, those that we're obligated to provide for. If the state is committed to providing free pre-K programs, it should be fully operated by the state and allow the districts to continue to concentrate on our current students. We also know that this grant is never guaranteed. To invest a tremendous quality of our resources and uproot our current students to accommodate the pre-K program in elementary schools is foolish. You are only one election away from having a new administration come in and eliminate funding. This makes no sense. We are wholeheartedly against the district seeking this grant. Okay, I'm going to speak a little bit separate to reading recovery. My daughter went through the reading recovery program, and it was tremendously helpful. But she's no longer in that program, and now I'm seeing a backslide. I am fortunate enough to have her in a special program in Burlington for dyslexic students, okay, that is rooted in Orton-Gilliam methodology. It is very important that we not just put them in reading recovery. Reading recovery is amazing, but it's not the only thing, and it's for kids that are most critical, okay? She has greater potential than what she's reaching right now, and I have the means to take her to tutoring, but not every family does. This community is engaged and supportive of our schools. That is a gift that many struggling districts dream of. Do not overlook how fortunate you are to have informed and motivated parents. We would be happy to support, advocate, and organize on your behalf of our district and our educators. In just 1 month, our Facebook group has brought 700 people to this conversation. You have the opportunity to change the public's perception and show that you are listening to us. We will be patiently looking forward to see
you've reached 20 minutes.
I know. Okay. We will be patiently looking forward to seeing your tentative budget in March.
Hi, my name is Haley Wilhelm. I live on Pembury Court in Cambridge Park. I have 2 daughters. One is in kindergarten right now, and one will be in kindergarten this next year. My husband and I recently moved to this school district because we believed it was a great school district, and we wanted our kids to go to DeMasi Elementary and DeMasi Middle. As a community, the quality of the school district is of the utmost importance. Not only does it attract families who, like myself and my husband, were seeking a good education for our children, but more importantly, quoted directly from the Evesham Township School District mission, a strong educational foundation will help our children achieve their unique potential, embrace lifelong learning, develop necessary risk-taking and decision-making, learn self-respect, problem-solving, and most importantly, become a contributing member of society. This district is at a pivotal moment. We can either rise together with transparency at what we are facing as a school district to find and fund a solution to this budget deficit without closing more schools, without changing the structure of our middle and elementary schools, and without cutting necessary programs to fulfill our district's mission, or we can fall together. I know that a lot has been said this evening. It is only in response to rumors of the board's plans, as the budget has yet to be released. One of those rumors that I've come to know is the plan to close DeMasi Elementary. I know originally when the vote for full-day kindergarten was discussed, there was a last resort mentioned, which would be to close DeMasi Elementary if the vote did not pass. Now that it has passed, it is my understanding my understanding that DeMasi is still on the chopping block. That means about 300 students would need to be redistricted elsewhere to schools that already have nearly 450 to 600 plus elementary students. In a district that is so extensive, DeMasi Elementary is a gem. It is a school that provides a small school feeling in a very large district. It is a school where a large proportion of kids walk to school with their friends, parents, grandparents, and even with their pets. Parents talk to each other, catch up with their children, their children's friends. For decades, researchers have pointed to the one key school success factor that transcends nearly all others, such as socioeconomic status, student background, and that key success factor is actually parental involvement. It has been proven students whose parents stay involved, walk with them to and from school, volunteer at their school, have better attendance and behavior, get better grades, demonstrate better social skills, and adapt better to school. The benefit of elementary students going to school close to their home, being able to actively commute to school by biking, walking, and scootering is unquestionable. And I know I can confidently say that the majority of us parents at DeMasi Elementary moved into these neighborhoods so that our kids could walk. Some of us even reaped the benefits of being a walker ourselves growing up, and we wanted the same for our kids. So I stand here tonight to implore the board to find other ways. We are a capable community who have an underlying similarity. We love our children and we want what's best for them. So please work with us parents before making these decisions that can have a lifelong and negative effect on our child's education, the school's success, and more importantly, their childhood.
Rachel Willie, 200 Tomlinson Mill Road. Last time I was up here, I was speaking to our community and asking them to vote in favor of the kindergarten referendum. Today I'm speaking to our board and superintendent. Being part of the kindergarten committee was an incredibly rewarding experience. It was my first experience as a resident, and I was energized and inspired by the other members and residents. The moment that we learned the referendum had passed will be treasured in my mind and heart for many years to come. That moment was special because it gave me the incredible gift of experiencing the power of working together for something and not against. I believe in the power of hope over fear, and I believe that people are motivated to build by hope and motivated by fear to tear down. It has been heartbreaking for me to hear residents and staff members of our township voice their fears about the referendum. They feel they were convinced to vote yes for the referendum only to learn that they may have been misled or misinformed. I have to assume that hearing the residents' fears and suspicions is difficult for many of the members of our committee. In the absence of information, people fear the worst. Having personally experienced the positivity and heard the motivations of those of us on the committee, I find it difficult to believe people were misled. I'm not a leader, and I don't know what it must feel like to deal with the pressure and frustration of your positions. I am a staff member, a resident, and a parent, and I'm asking our board and superintendent to please include the ETEA union president in the discussions and planning for the budget. Please again include parents and residents in the process. Allow them the chance to give their valuable insights and perspectives as the plans are being built, instead of as a reaction to what has already been decided. Please give the power of hope another chance and deny fear the opportunity to grow. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Erin Guarini. I'm 25 Nottingham Road. I'm going to echo a lot of sentiments that were already said tonight. Last year in the fall, the goal of this district was to get tuition-free kindergarten for all students. We, the community, were an asset to that process. You needed us in that process. We advocated, we advertised, we spread the word, and you rode our momentum all the way to the bank. We put a feather in your cap, and we earned something for our district to bring us up to pace with all the other area districts. However, it's critical to point out, as many others have, that some of us do feel misled. We were told that voting yes for kindergarten and bringing that into our district was not going to impact current students. I voted yes for full-day kindergarten, and I have no horse in that race. My kids are out of kindergarten. I paid thousands, $11,000 for kindergarten, and I still voted yes for other people. I feel that I was manipulated, and I wish I could get my vote back. These new proposals leave us with lots of questions. Questions about timelines, questions about how this plan is going to impact our children, and almost as importantly, questions about what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Our children have heard these rumors. They are coming home asking us where they're going to school next year, and we do not have answers for them. We are asking for transparency, all of us. We are asking for honest conversations. You are asking for input. We are asking for dialogue. We want you to be able to answer the questions that we are coming up here and asking rhetorically in 3-minute chunks of time. You relied on us to help you pass that referendum, and now we are being silenced by the repercussions of that vote. I would like you to slow down. I would like you to think about how this is going to impact the children that are currently in our schools. And I would like you to make sure that what you do and what you propose does not negatively impact some to positively impact others. Thank you.
My name is Erin Giberson. I'm going to withhold my address, but I have my license if you want to see it. And Dr. Smith, I believe you know me by now since you no longer respond to my emails. I'm a Marlton resident and a mom of 3 kids. I have over 10 years of experience teaching at public and private collegiate institutions in Alaska and New Jersey, and over 5 years in organizational communications. And I mention that because foundational educational years are critical to ongoing development, and I've seen it firsthand in students later. My husband and I bought our house here because of this district. I remember when my oldest, now at Cherokee, went through a reading recovery with Mrs. LaSalvia, and it was a game changer. But things have changed, and that's why I'm here wearing green and red. My youngest is at Beeler. I echo the concerns about the lack of communication and the lack of administrative leadership across the board, and especially at Beeler. I echo concerns about moving 5th to middle school. I echo concerns about how we best support our youngest learners, as well as how this board makes decisions that impact all of our children and the future of our schools here. I call on you to allow open dialogue regarding strategic planning, to be transparent, and to start acting like it's your kids in these schools now.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Davis, and I live at 25 Apple Way. First, I want to say thank you to the board for what you do. I know that it's a volunteer job, and it's mostly thankless. Today, I'm here to speak regarding the consideration of 5th graders being moved from their home elementary school to a middle school setting. I have 2 children that this would impact. My daughter Ava, who's currently in 4th grade at Van Zant Elementary, and my daughter Lily, entering kindergarten in the fall. While I'm thankful and appreciative that kindergarten was voted through, I'm beyond distressed to know that Ava might miss her last year at VZ without any real length of time to prepare for a transition to a middle school setting. Ava was in kindergarten when the pandemic started and the school shut down. She was also fully remote for 1st grade since I was working from home. I'm grateful that I was able to keep her home and safe during that time, but she did miss the socialization and typical 1st grade education, like all kids during that time. During the pandemic, to keep her spirits up, I would remind her that it would all pass and the amazing things that she had to look forward to after, especially 5th grade at Van Zant. 5th grade at Van Zant is beyond magical, and I only ask that if you make this change, you would give everyone enough time to prepare their children properly. Ava is aimed to be the first person at school in the car line every day since learning in 3rd grade that she could be selected for card line safety in 5th grade. She really wanted to be a safety. She really wants to be a safety to help walk little kids to their classroom ever since she saw a few having a hard time leaving mom or dad at the car line getting to their classroom calmly. Ava has also started preparing for her 5th grade student council run that I'm not sure she would attempt if not in the comfort of her elementary school, where she knows she has always been supported by the amazing staff and faculty around her. I could go on about the things that Eva would be devastated to miss out on, but I hope that gives you an idea of the few things that many kids would be shattered to miss out on. While I do understand that you're working diligently to make a shrinking budget work to the best of your ability in a position that no one wants to be in, especially people in charge of shaping the lives of young children, my only ask is that you do not rip the current 4th grade students out of their school who have not spent any time mentally preparing for such a life adjustment or being prepared by their teachers and adults around them. Please take time to consider what it would do to the emotional stability of 9 and 10-year-old little kids. Now knowing that Lily, my incoming kindergartner, might not go to school, might not go to 5th grade at Van Zant and may go to a different 5th grade housing situation, it would allow me time to adjust my approach in transitioning her at a younger age in tandem with her teachers and with ample amount of time. If this transition is truly the best solution for a hard situation, then all I ask is that you give us some time to prepare and for research to be done and not just jam this through. Let's all work together for the best outcome for all of our kids. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Seeing none, we'll close that section out. Just to reiterate, I say this every month, to all of those who spoke today, and especially those who didn't get through their 3 minutes, please do email us your comments. I think that's important. Hearing them all today is wonderful. We like to read them as well. So to everyone, especially if you didn't get through your 3 minutes, please do email us your comments as well. Moving to board, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Canton. I'd just like to, there was a lot of great shares tonight. We appreciate everyone who took the time to come, either to listen or to speak. I would like to say some responses. I wish, like nothing else, that we could share the budget tonight, right? No. And no one, this is one of those things where, so just to give you an example of some data, the comments tonight, which we appreciate every single one of them, lasted for over an hour. Not one person volunteered one cut. So please let me finish, right? Please let me finish, okay? It is, well, please just let me finish, right? So I share that to underline that it is not easy to build a budget in the 7th year of state aid reduction with rising costs in every area when we've already cut everything that was cut the last 6 years can't be cut again. And unless you're on the inside of that, a person can't understand, right? So all the ideas that we heard tonight, we want to hear those, okay? But I am saying, as a data point, there wasn't one idea shared that involved cutting something. And that is not, the need to balance a budget is no one else's responsibility other than the board and central administration, right? I was trying to engage in dialogue, but it's not going to work, so.
Would any board members like to make any announcements? Go ahead, Ms. Fox.
I would like to just say thank you. I know I recognized a lot of names from corresponding with you over the past few weeks, and like I've said, in terms of the transparency, I do understand. It's kind of just ever evolving, and thank you for coming. Like, I have definitely been listening. I know the rest of the board has been listening. We've been having conversations on this, and just please continue to email any ideas, any
concerns you have, we are listening to them.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Mr. Fisicaro?
I want to just quickly say something and echo what Ms. Fox just said. I've been through a lot of these, and when you come up here, and I'm speaking for myself here, this is very important to me. I took copious notes of a lot of what you said tonight. I take value in what you said tonight. And I'm hoping, there's two things that I hope for in March. One, a clear dialogue from us at this table so that they finally can hear from us, because I think that's important for them. Because right now, what it feels like, and it can be frustrating, is that it feels like they're talking to a wall. And we need to, when that time comes in March, we need to open that like a door and show that discussion of what's going on for us. That's incredibly important. Secondly, as I said before, I use this time, your emails have been so important and heartfelt to me. I've tried to reply to as many of you as I can, but sometimes it gets a little difficult, and I apologize if you're not one of those people. I'm going to take your concerns, and it's going to help me in the next few weeks marinate, because I need that. It's important for me to make these decisions, because you're right. You're right. We're here, we're elected, we have to make these decisions. All right? That's absolutely 100% true. And I got to I got to stand up and I got to stand tall and do that. Whether it's right by what goes here or right by you, I have to stand tall by that, just like my colleagues do here. All right? So when we get there, there's two things I ask here from my fellow board members. One, open dialogue and discussion. I think that's fair. And two, we're explaining two plans, two different presentations. It is very easy to take those two presentations and bumble it up on our end to make it confusing. We need to create clarity, because when things are confusing, confusion turns to fear, and fear turns to anger. We cannot let that happen. We're too strong of a community for that. So it is vital for us as a board, and my advice is to marinate on everything that was said. All right, we're going to come back, collect ourselves. Here are two very vital presentations, separate from one another, but so very important. Have that dialogue that we need to have. Ask those questions we need to ask. All right, and do what we need to do that is right. That's our responsibility. That's our job. That's no one else's. That's ours. All right, but I want to make that clear to you all tonight from me. All right, and I won't speak for anybody else. It's not fair, but I am listening, and I understand, and I appreciate you, all of you. Thank you.
I think Mr. Fisicaro said that very eloquently and accurately as to at least how I feel. So I'm not going to, extend that any further than it needs to go. Aside from saying thank you for coming out and, telling us your concerns. I've read through many emails. If I haven't got back to you yet, I'm working on it. But other than that, that's how we know. And also know, before I was on the board, I've come to many public meetings, and there's been times where I felt, they're not listening to me. Here's the notes. I could tell you, all of us are hearing what you're saying, and we're talking about them. Aside from that, some other stuff I wanted to mention. Earlier in the meeting was mentioned the Evesham Education Association. They had the fundraiser, Double Down. They raised tens of thousands of dollars for the district. That is a direct assistance. We see that in the form of classroom supplies, education resources that get used to literally help teach our students. So thank you to that group. They do amazing work every single year, and I just wanted to recognize them. One more thing, state aid reductions was the reason as why I ran for the Board of Education. That's something I was studying in college. I'm still studying it. And at the end of the day, I think it's the biggest issue our community faces, but not just us, 1/3 of every other community in the state of New Jersey. Last night I was in Hazlitt speaking with their Board of Education members as well as their state legislators. And probably 70% of that meeting I was at was spent talking about school funding reform and the money that they lost. This is an issue that our community is not alone in, that we have to unite with other communities if we are going to make Trenton ultimately heard about, how we feel about the state aid reductions that our district received. And for that, I wanted to share two opportunities that are out there. We know Governor Murphy just announced what his budget was, which for the past 5 years has consisted of it was $7.6 million in losses to our district. This was the last year that, of those portion of that $7.6 million. And there are public budget hearings that they are conducting, both virtually and in Trenton, to talk about that issue, and where we have the opportunity to go and speak on Evesham's behalf. I know I will be at the meeting in Trenton, but there's also a virtual option. The two Trenton meetings for the Assembly Budget Committee are Monday, March 11th in the State House Annex at 9:30 a.m., as well as Wednesday, March 20th. Now, go figure, they put it on a weekday, everybody's working at that time. So you also have the opportunity to speak to the Senate Budget Committee, which will be hosting a virtual call-in session where you can express your concerns about how much money we're losing at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 26th. If you are curious and interested about speaking on Evesham's behalf to the big policymakers in Trenton that we talk about, these state aid cuts so much, please email me and I will be happy to share those details with you. Thank you.
I love going after the two best speakers we have on the board. Sorry. I just want to, let everybody know, thank you for coming out and speaking. We do appreciate your emails. We do read everything. I know I'm a little behind on responses, myself, but work's been a little tough this, past week and a half. We are elected officials. You've elected us. So we are here to represent what the community feels. I take this very seriously. Please keep your voices heard. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, I'll just reiterate the opportunity to testify that Mr. DeMasi talked about. I've gone the last 3 years. It gives us an opportunity to be one in the crowd that talks to another governing body, so it's a very humbling experience, so we do understand what you guys are going through when you're talking to us. If anyone would like to speak, we've had parents come with us before when we testify, so please do, like Aiden said, like Mr. DeMasi said, email him, email me, email any board member. We'll be able to organize and testify over there. Last year and the year before, we were the only Board of Education who testified. I find that shocking. And we were also the only group who had more than one person speaking towards the budget committee over there. So the more the merrier. If you guys would like to join us to come speak, let us know. Closing that section out, move over to a second executive session, which we need to have tonight. Whereas an NJSA 10-4-12 allows for a public body to go into closed session during a public meeting, and whereas the Board of Education of Evesham Township has deemed it necessary to go into closed session to discuss matters which are exempted from the public, and whereas the regular meeting of the Board of Education will reconvene following the end of closed session at approximately 10:15-ish. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education will go into closed session for the following reasons as outlined in NJSA 10-4-12. We do not expect action to be taken after executive session. Do we have a motion to go into executive session? Motion by Mr. Fisicaro, seconded by Mrs. Knoll. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, roll call, please. Mr. Yates.
On executive session 2, Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. DeMasi.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Fisicaro.
Yes.
And Mr. Conklin.
Yes, thank you, everyone. We will see you back at approximately 10:15, where we expect no action to be taken. Thank you.